Okay, hello and welcome to the Untitled, to Hyperpolyglotting with Elise, where we're going to continue our Duolingo speed run, and we're going to do it a little bit differently today. Up to now, what I've been doing is focusing on languages I don't actually know particularly well. Well, hello, Mask. Focusing on in order to just have a bit of a challenge, but this time we're just going to see how fast I can do it. So we're going to go with primarily on two languages that I know basically better than anything else. My two native languages, German and Spanish. The other one is English, but that isn't an option. So we're going to do German and Spanish, and we're just going to see how fast I can get to 7,500 XP. I'm on 6,400 odd right now. And we're going to see if I can just get all the way up there by the time this stream ends this afternoon. So, and as always, as we do this, I'm going to just comment on various aspects of the strong points and the shortcomings of Duolingo as a language learning method and stuff that they just plain old get wrong. Also, things that they get right and little pro tips. Okay. So, go for it. Lesson 2 for... I took a placement test for the Spanish, and this is kind of... Empezamos esta tarde. We start this afternoon. Now, the thing about this is without context, this is one of the things that annoys me on Duolingo. GeoGuessr is, of course, the other thing I stream. See, empezamos can be present tense, and it can also be past tense, the simple past, the preterite. And this, without context, you can't really tell. Like, empezamos esta tarde can mean we started this afternoon.
Nosotros empezamos el trabajo ahora. Nosotros empezamos el
Trabajo.
Muchas.
Trabajo
ahora.
Yo empiezo un nuevo trabajo mañana.
I am starting a new job tomorrow. My sincerest condolences. My sentido pésame. Lo decimos. Where are the coats? ¿Dónde
están los abrigos?
Yo empiezo esta semana.
Now we're gonna see how well this thing does with different dialects. Yo empiezo esta semana. Okay, not bad. Hello, Shakespeare.
Ellas empiezan el lunes.
They start on Monday. Vacaciones empiezan el viernes. No, weón, no tengo vacaciones. Si trabajo a contrata, po. Puta la weá. Sí, el capitalismo nomás, po. Yeah. U.S. language education tends to equate the way tenses are used in other languages with the way they're used in English. And also, U.S. language education also then manages to find the worst possible ways to teach this stuff. Which is why you can go through 4 years of a language in high school, do another 4 years as an undergrad, and then get a PhD in it, and you still can't have a fucking conversation. Sí, y necesito mi pasaporte.
Ella tiene que cerrar la tienda.
She has to close the store.
¿Cuándo empieza la escuela?
When does school start?
Manuel empieza este trabajo hoy.
Manuel empieza este trabajo hoy. Okay, not bad, because, see, I was not doing anything to sort of mainstreamify my pronunciation. I pronounce trabajo the more the Chilean way, which is you kind of let that intervocal be there. Esa B intervocálica just disappear. Trabajo. And the computer was okay with that. Okay, that's okay. Top marks, good. It should be able to deal with different dialect pronunciations.
Ellos no cierran las tiendas en la tarde.
They don't close shops in the afternoon. Necesito ir a la tienda antes de las 5. No, usualmente cierran a las 6. Usualmente, normalmente, suelen cerrar a las 6. Usualmente, no, I have never heard, maybe this is a regional thing because Spanish has a million regional variations. I've never heard usualmente used before.
No cerramos temprano.
We don't close early. Necesito hacer una reserva para esta noche. A ver. Sí, porque no tienen sindicato. Lo siento. Cerramos el restaurante los lunes. Sorry, we closed the restaurant on Monday.
Queremos empezar mañana.
We want to start tomorrow.
¿A qué hora cierras la tienda?
You close the store. Make this a bit harder. Yo necesito cerrar
la puerta.
Cuando
Cierras
la tienda. Perfect. Sí, por eso se necesita sindicato. Okay, 3 of 4.
Ellos entienden el problema.
They understand the problem. That's sort of fitting considering the conversation we were just having. Ellos no entienden español. Necesitas hablar en francés. ¿Ver? Pero yo no hablo francés.
No entiendo la pregunta.
Don't understand the question.
Entiendo tu problema.
Entiendo tu problema.
Es difícil entender este problema.
It's difficult to understand this problem.
Quiero entender español. Quiero entender español.
A menudo perdemos los celulares.
We often lose cell phones.
No entendemos esta clase.
We don't understand this class. Y lo que hay que entender acerca de esta clase es que parten desde la mercancía para conseguir, desde la plata, para conseguir una mercancía hecha por el trabajador, que luego convierten en plata. Así funciona esta clase. No es como la otra, que empieza desde la fuerza laboral, sino
Nosotros entendemos inglés.
nosotros entendemos inglés.
Tú pierdes tus libros a menudo.
Often for books.
Tú siempre pierdes mi bolígrafo.
Tú siempre pierdes mi bolígrafo.
Esas chicas siempre pierden los libros.
Girls always lose books.
Ellos siempre pierden los bolígrafos.
Ellos siempre pierden los bolígrafos.
Usted me entiende.
Do you understand me? And once again, we're not really getting an explanation or any kind of exercise that would help people understand why you say tú and why you say usted, because they're very much not the same thing. Of course, the thing is, there are big regional differences in when you use one and when you use the other, and it's actually not that simple. But it's not something you can just select at random.
Ella no entiende el problema.
Ella no entiende el problema.
No.
Quiero perder mi
pasaporte.
No
No.
quiero
Quiero
perder
perder
mi
mi
celular.
celular.
Okay. And let's see where we are. Okay, 2098 XP there. 462 on my daily goal. 6,500 out of 7,500. It is time to, I've only got 1,000 to go. Okay, an example of a regional difference in the use of usted is, for example, in Spain, people use tú a lot more often than in Latin America. I mean, it's kind of just standard that practically everywhere you go, people will say tú. In Colombia, on the other hand, there are large parts of the country where everybody is usted, or the more regional way of saying it is su merced, which is what usted comes from. Usted is short for vuestra merced, your mercy. And in a lot of Colombia, they say su merced or just usted. It's like it's more common. It's just what everybody calls each other. In Chile, because Chile just has to be different, no matter what, usted can often be a very intimate way of speaking. Like, yeah, you will often hear like close friends, like people who went to school together, calling each other usted. I mean, it's a complicated thing. Okay. So where? Okay. Level. Weather. Yeah. I mean, it's all it's all very mixed, and it's hard to explain. Like, I don't quite know why it works that way. It's just a historical thing, and part of it is also a very bourgeois sort of thing. Like, uh, but yeah, I mean, there are just all these differences, and things are different. One thing I learned last time I was spending time in Chile is in the countryside, it's really different. Like in Santiago, in the city, people are always saying tú, unless you know it's like a formal situation. Uh, but for the most part, people just kind of say tú to each other. But not in the countryside. I was in a place called Belmo, and a friend of mine who was there, who was explaining one of the things that had surprised him. Okay, like say you're a customer service person, and you were asking the person, and you're like checking somebody out at a supermarket, and you're asking if they collect points, and you'd say you'd use usted for that. If you know you're, you know, in like say the context of like courts or something like that, you know, situations like that. Okay, which of these is the sun? I will die from this. El sol.
El sol.
Hace sol hoy.
Sunny. Ay. El
El
viento.
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 Hace viento este fin de semana.
Indeed, this weekend.
A veces hace calor aquí.
Sometimes it's hot here. Okay, she somehow reminds me of Daria's friend. Fernanda y Ana quieren pasar sus vacaciones en la playa porque hace calor. In the beach.
Siempre hace frío aquí.
It's always cold here. Sounds like Newcastle. Yeah, exactly. It's highly dependent on social custom, and in the countryside, formality is actually, in Chile anyway, more common. Like, you're much more likely to hear people called like don and doña, for example. neighbors will tend to. It's a very complicated thing.
Hace frío hoy.
Hace
Hace
frío
frío
hoy.
hoy.
Hoy hace buen tiempo.
Nice weather today.
Hace buen tiempo en Cuba.
Hace buen tiempo en Cuba.
¿Qué tiempo hace en Londres hoy?
What's the weather today in London? Tiempo hace en Puerto Rico. Siempre hace calor. Y a nosotros nos gusta el frío.
Hace mal tiempo otra vez hoy.
The weather is bad again today. Can confirm. Yes.
A menudo hace mal tiempo aquí.
A menudo hace mal tiempo aquí.
¿Qué
tiempo hace
hace ahora
en
en
Sevilla?
Sevilla?
Hace
Hoy. Hace
buen tiempo.
tiempo.
El
El
invierno.
invierno.
A Pablo le gusta mucho el invierno.
Pedro, ¿cómo está el tiempo hoy?
Weather today.
¿Cómo está el tiempo ahora? ¿Cómo está
El
el
tiempo
tiempo
ahora.
ahora?
Como la wea. Well, right now, I mean, it's really sunny and hot there. In fact, in Devon, I was just hearing they're having a drought. Okay.
María, ¿cómo está el tiempo hoy?
María, ¿cómo está el tiempo hoy?
Está muy nublado hoy.
It's very cloudy today. Nublado.
Nublado.
Está oscuro en la noche.
Dark at night. ¿Qué tiempo hace en invierno a las 6:30? That's very specific to be asking. Está oscuro y hace frío.
Mi madre me visita cada marzo.
My mother visits me every March.
Mi hermano nos visita cada enero.
Brother visits us every January.
A veces hace mal tiempo en febrero.
Cierto, una sequía, un tiempo de mierda. Sometimes the weather bad in February.
Febrero. Siempre está nublado en febrero.
Siempre está nublado en febrero. Sí,
Abrir
baño.
Baño.
y
Marzo.
marzo.
Jugar.
Jugar.
No, haz
mucho.
mucho frío en marzo. Usualmente
Realmente.
hace frío en
enero.
enero.
Well, it's weird. The way, okay. Yeah. Most of the Spanish-speaking world is below the equator, where it is most assuredly not cold in January. It's cold in August, bloody freezing in August in a lot of places, but it's not cold in January. It's like they use the flag of Spain, but the Spanish they're teaching is very much Latin American Spanish. The pronunciation is Latin American. The words, for the most part, are Latin American. But then the weather they're describing is actually very much north of the equator.
Tu cumpleaños es en mayo.
Is your birthday in May? Yes, as it happens.
Mayo.
Febrero, marzo, abril. Tienen una fiesta cada julio.
Party every July.
Julio.
Estoy feliz porque es primavera.
Llueve en Boston hoy.
It's raining today in Boston.
No llueve ahora. No llueve ahora.
Y hace mal tiempo y llueve a minuto.
Hacemos muchas cosas en junio.
We do a lot of things.
Mayo, junio, julio.
Mayo, junio, julio.
Nieva mucho en Nueva York.
No.
Abril, mayo, junio.
Abril, mayo, junio. Tiempo hace en invierno. Nieva mucho. Y a veces también nieva en primavera, weón.
Nieva.
Mucho.
Mucho. Enero.
Siempre
Siempre visitamos.
te
Te
visitamos
visitamos. En
en
julio.
Okay. And one more lesson on this level. El
El
otoño.
otoño.
Disfrutamos los días de otoño.
Y enjoy fall days. Tengo un problema. No quiero viajar en otoño porque hace mucho viento. Entonces no viajé, weón. En verano, ¿qué tiempo hace? No llueve mucho.
Mi cumpleaños es en noviembre.
My birthday is
Junio, julio, agosto.
A Roberto le encanta viajar en agosto porque hace buen tiempo.
El mes de mayo.
The month of May.
No hace mucho calor en septiembre.
It isn't very hot. September.
Septiembre.
A veces llueve mucho en octubre.
Rains a lot in October.
Septiembre, octubre, noviembre. Octubre, noviembre.
Agosto, septiembre, octubre.
Agosto, septiembre, octubre.
Nieva mucho cada diciembre.
It snows a lot every December.
Diciembre, enero, febrero.
Diciembre, enero, febrero. Unas vacaciones con mis abuelos en el mes de Noviembre. No
No
tengo
tengo
que
que
trabajar.
trabajar
el
el mes.
What's true?
A
Ese
veces.
lleva
Nieve
mucho
mucho.
en
En
noviembre.
noviembre.
Y aquí no estamos en Chile. Okay, let's just have a look and see how we're doing towards our 65, 60, 7500. So we still have quite a bit to go. We're going to switch over to German for a bit. I took placement test on that in the first day of the speed run. Let's see where I am. New job. Entschuldigung,
Ja, ich arbeite hier.
I work.
Ich arbeite nicht gern allein.
Ich arbeite nicht gern allein.
Die Büros sind modern und hässlich.
The offices are modern and ugly.
Mein Chef, Michael, will eine Party im Büro machen.
Have a party in the office. Hello, Hexen. Good to see you. See, we're doing things a bit different this time, just to catch you up. I'm going to see if I can make it to 7,500 XP today. I'm on just over 6,500 right now, and so previously I've been focusing on languages I don't know well. This time I'm focusing on my native languages, and just to see how fast I can possibly do it.
Meine Kollegin spielt ihre Musik sehr laut.
Plays her music very loudly.
Meine Kollegin will einen Fisch für das Büro kaufen. Kollegin will einen Fisch für das Büro kaufen.
Meine Kollegin singt immer und arbeitet nie.
Meine Kollegin singt immer und arbeitet nie. I thought the blonde guy, yeah, he just he sounds like he's just really, really tired or having like trouble breathing. I think he needs to sit down a bit.
Bob und Linda, arbeitet ihr gern hier?
A fun fact about Schwarzenegger. When he does interviews for German media, he often speaks in English because he's from Steiermark and nobody can understand his dialect. Bob and Linda, do you like to work here?
Ihr arbeitet gut zusammen.
Ihr arbeitet gut zusammen.
Mein Kollege spielt Gitarre und singt im Büro.
Plays guitar and sings in the office.
Kollege.
Mein Kollege will Türkisch lernen.
Mein Kollege will Türkisch lernen.
Sind eure Kollegen auch freundlich? Angela und Michael?
Also friendly, Angela and Michael.
Arbeitet ihr freitags?
Arbeitet ihr freitags?
Arbeiten wir immer samstags?
We always work on Saturday. Ja, denn unsere scheiß Gewerkschaftsbürokratie hat immer wieder unsere Streikanträge abgelehnt. Und deshalb befinden wir uns einfach in der Klemme. Oh, my dress is red.
Wo sind eure Büros? Jim und Michael.
Eure
Büros
sind
sehr
modern.
modern. Du und Isabella
Gets me. Yeah, well, he's from Graz. He's from, Graz. But what's really interesting is how different the topics of conversation are on Duolingo. I was noticing this last night because I did Haitian Creole, I did some Chinese, I did some Vietnamese, and then I did some Hebrew. And the Vietnamese is stuff like the monkey eats the banana. And Haitian Creole is, hi, my name's Andre and I eat rice. And Hebrew is, I'm thinking about the nation. The youth are very important to us. And it's like, what? Where have I landed?
Das Buch.
Wonder if it will understand me if I do Berliner. If I do my like let my Berlin hang out.
Ist das Buch langweilig oder interessant?
Boring or interesting.
Raucht unsere Chefin?
Does our boss smoke? Ja, aber nur, weil ich sie abgefackelt habe.
Wie kannst du in deiner Pause surfen?
How can you surf on your break?
Ich will nur lesen, aber ich muss arbeiten.
One, two, read, but I have to work. Deshalb muss man immer denken und dran denken, ein Buch mit ins Klo zu nehmen. Lesen.
Wie viele Bücher kannst du in deiner Pause lesen?
Wie viele Bücher kannst du in deiner Pause lesen?
Ich gehe in meiner Pause ins Café.
The coffee shop on my break.
Ich spiele in meiner Pause Videospiele.
Ich spiele in meiner Pause Videospiele. Eine Gewerkschaft.
Unsere Pause ist nicht lang.
Aber eben keine wie die Ferdi. Lang.
Lang.
Ich muss in meiner Pause mein Buch lesen.
Ich muss in meiner Pause mein Buch lesen.
Nein, ich rauche nicht. Nein. Rauche. Ich rauche nicht.
Rauchst du in deiner Pause?
Rauchst in deiner Pause?
Null.
Reich.
Arbeit. Pause.
Sehen.
Die
Pause
ist
5 Minuten lang.
Das. Oh, yeah. Oh, okay, they do have dauert in it.
Dauert.
I thought that I was about to say, it should be die Pause dauert, but I didn't see that dauert was in there. 5
Minuten. Das
ist nicht lang.
Ich bin müde. Ich muss
eine Pause
machen.
What do you mean? What's wrong there?
Ich bin müde. Ich muss Pause machen.
Okay, no. Ich muss eine Pause machen is actually not as natural. You just say Pause machen. Poor, that's actually, yeah. Yeah, ich mach mal Pause. You don't really say eine Pause. I mean, you can, it's not wrong. But you normally just say Pause machen. Ich bin
müde.
Ich
muss
eine
Pause machen.
Ich muss bald gehen.
I have to go soon.
Es ist endlich Freitag.
Finally Friday.
Endlich.
Es ist endlich Wochenende. Es ist endlich Wochenende.
Ja, meine Partnerin und ich gehen gern ins Theater.
Like to go a theater.
Theater.
Mein Auto ist kaputt. Kannst du mich abholen?
Broken. And pick.
Paul hat keinen Führerschein. Ich muss ihn abholen.
Let's see what it does with Bavarian. Paul hat keinen Führerschein. Ich muss ihn abholen. Hey! It got it.
Ich kann nicht in die Bar gehen. Bis morgen. Tschüss.
Bar. Tomorrow by.
Möchtest du auch in die Bar gehen?
Möchtest du auch in die Bar gehen?
Okay, lass uns ins Kino gehen.
Let's go. Movie.
Okay, lass uns in die Bar gehen.
Okay, lass uns in die Bar gehen.
Unser Feierabend ist um 5 Uhr.
Our workday. How are they doing this? Okay. Because, I mean, it's like our workday ends at 5 o'clock, but I don't see end. What, is it the end of our workday? Okay. That's really an awkward way of translating it. Our workday is at 5 o'clock.
Hurra, es ist Feierabend, wir haben Freizeit.
Hurra, es ist Feierabend, wir haben Freizeit.
Katze. Büro.
14.
Theater.
Theater.
Schach. Obst.
Schach.
Schaf. 16. Brötchen.
Oder Schrippe oder Semmel. That is a very regional word.
Bald.
Abholen.
Abholen.
Ach.
Tag.
Nudeln.
Nudeln. Kaffee. Wann?
Okay, lass uns ins Kino gehen.
Okay, XP update. 6603 out of 7500.
Englisch. Mein. Pünktlich. März.
Guten Tag. Wie ist Ihr Vorname?
Guten Tag, hier ist der Vorname.
Trinken. Sessel.
Dann.
Lebenslauf.
Technically, Lebenslauf is a CV.
Entschuldigung, ich brauche noch Ihre Handynummer.
Entschuldigung, ich brauche noch Ihre Handynummer.
Oh, Sie sind sehr pünktlich.
Are be punctual.
Ich kann sehr gut in einem Team arbeiten.
Kann sehr gut in einem Team arbeiten.
Die Arbeit kann ein bisschen stressig sein.
Or can be a little stressful.
Wie ist Ihre Handynummer?
Ich bin arbeitslos und ich suche einen neuen Job. Arbeit und ich suche einen neuen Job.
Ich habe keine Handynummer. Ich habe kein Handy.
Job interview. Okay. Maybe this has become a new thing, but the word for like a job interview in German is Vorstellungsgespräch, not Job interview. Is that a thing now? Are they just Englishing everything now? Für das
Job interview. Brauchen Sie einen Lebenslauf.
Vorstellungs.
Ich bin arbeitslos
und
suche einen neuen Job.
Ja.
Ja. Ich bin immer sehr pünktlich.
Das Problem ist, es kann im Büro manchmal
laut sein.
Oder
laut werden. Often you hear it just said that way. Es kann im Büro manchmal laut werden. I mean, like, and if you're having a party and you want to let people know in your building, because people love to make noise complaints in Germany. That is like a national sport, making fucking noise complaints. You say, also heute Abend kann's vielleicht ein bisschen laut werden. It means the same thing.
Ich kann sehr gut in einem Team arbeiten.
Guten Tag. Wie ist Ihr Vorname?
Haben Sie einen Lebenslauf?
Oma.
Frage. Ohne.
Sonnig.
Können Sie samstags arbeiten?
Können Sie samstags arbeiten?
Freitag. Haben.
Büro. Rechnung.
Haben Sie ein Auto und einen Führerschein?
Haben Sie ein Auto und einen Führerschein?
Sind Sie motiviert?
Ja, ich will im Kapitalismus.
Die Chefin heißt Leslie. Sie ist sehr motiviert.
Wir hassen sie alle. Die Chefin heißt Leslie. Sie ist sehr motiviert.
Haben Sie eine E-Mail-Adresse?
Nein, lebe im 19. Jahrhundert.
Ich habe einen Führerschein in Amerika, nicht hier. Habe einen Führerschein in Amerika, nicht hier.
Ja.
Ja.
Einen
Führerschein habe ich. Aber kein Auto.
Ich bin immer motiviert und ich lerne schnell.
Always motivated. And I play.
Meine Frage ist mein Schreibtisch groß oder klein?
Ich kann samstags leider nicht arbeiten. Kann leider ein bisschen nicht arbeiten.
Danke. Und wie ist Ihr Nachname?
Können Sie samstags
arbeiten?
Arbeiten.
In some parts of Germany, instead of Samstag, which tends to be a bit more southern, here, I mean, these days it's much more universal, but in a lot of places, like in the north and the northeast, also hear Sonnabend. Sonnabend. Eine Frage.
Meine
Frage
Frage ist,
ich can also say, meine Frage lautet.
gibt es im Büro eine Mikrowelle?
Eine
Meine
E-Mail-Adresse
E-Mail-Adresse ist kurz.
Okay. The more natural way to say this would be mit Nachnamen heiße ich Müller. Let's see if that works. Sports. Mein Nachname ist Müller.
Mein Kollege
will Türkisch lernen. Ja.
Ja, ich
arbeite hier.
Mein Kollege will Urlaub machen.
Mein Kollege will Urlaub machen.
Die Büros sind modern und hässlich. Sind modern und hässlich.
Weird. We just had this.
Meine Kollegin singt immer und arbeitet nie.
Had this too. Meine Kollegin singt immer und arbeitet nie.
Ja, ich arbeite hier.
Yes. I work here.
Arbeitet ihr morgens?
Arbeitet ihr morgens?
Ihr arbeitet gut zusammen.
Wo sind eure Büros, Jim und Michael?
We really did just have this. All of
Wo
this.
sind eure Büro, Jim und Michael?
Ich arbeite nicht gern allein.
I don't.
Meine Kollegin heißt Nina, sie ist eine Hexe. Kollegin heißt Nina. Sie ist eine Hexe.
Meine Kollegin will ein Motorrad kaufen.
Mein Kollege Duo spricht 100 Sprachen. Duo spricht 100 Sprachen.
Warum sind eure Büros so klein? Tom und Leslie. Bob und Linda. Arbeitet ihr gern hier?
Mein Kollege will Türkisch lernen.
Wo sind eure Büros, Jim und Michael?
Schick. Konzert. Lang. Onkel.
Die Pause dauert 30 Minuten.
Die Pause dauert 30 Minuten.
Pause.
Schreibtisch. Bitte.
Kommen.
Wie viele Bücher kannst du in deiner Pause lesen?
Wie viele Bücher kannst du in deiner Pause lesen?
Rauchst du in deiner Pause?
Ich spiele in meiner Pause Videospiele.
Hatten wir auch schon. Ich spiele in meiner Pause Videospiele.
Die Pause dauert 5 Minuten, das ist nicht lang. Die Pause dauert 5 Minuten. Das ist nicht lang.
Willst du in deiner Pause ein Buch lesen?
In deiner Pause ein Buch lesen.
Rauchen unsere Kollegen?
Unsere Pause ist Nicht lang.
Raucht. Unsere Chefin.
Ich schlafe in meiner Pause im Auto. Schlafe. In meiner Pause. Im Auto.
Mein Buch ist wirklich lang.
Wirklich. Ja, lang. Verdammt lang. Wirklich lang. Oder richtig. Ja, ganz natürlich.
Aber gut.
Wie
Ganz
kannst du in deiner Pause surfen?
Ich muss in meiner Pause mein Buch lesen.
Raucht unsere Chefin? Raucht unsere Chefin?
Okay. And 4 or 5.
10. Essen.
Haustiere. Theater.
Es ist endlich Feierabend.
Es ist endlich Feierabend.
Lampe. Nie. Endlich.
Tablette.
Ich kann nicht. Ich muss meine Kinder abholen.
Ich kann nicht. Ich muss meine Kinder abholen.
Rucksack.
Ja. Bald. Russland.
Wir haben bald Feierabend.
Wir haben bald Feierabend.
Mein Auto ist kaputt, kannst du mich abholen? Kaputt. Kannst du mich abholen?
Oh, I forgot Auto.
Okay, lass uns in die Bar gehen.
Ich kann nicht in die Bar gehen, bis morgen, tschüss. Kann nicht in die Bar gehen, bis morgen, tschüss.
Eine Tochter
Meine Tochter hat kein Auto. Ich muss sie abholen.
Wir gehen bald ins Restaurant.
Unser Feierabend ist um 5 Uhr.
The end of day is at 5 o'clock. Endlich
kann ich mein Buch lesen.
Ja.
Ja. Meine Partnerin und ich gehen gern ins Theater.
Nein. Lass uns
jetzt
nicht in die Bar gehen.
Ja, lass uns ins Theater gehen. Lass uns ins Theater gehen.
Ich kann endlich mein Buch lesen.
Finally read my book.
Mein Auto ist kaputt, kannst du mich abholen? Auto ist kaputt. Kannst du mich abholen?
Schon wieder. Okay. Let's see where the XP situation. 2158. 6663 out of 7500. So we have a ways to go yet. I'm gonna switch over. I'm gonna do Italian for a bit. Another one of the ones that I know fluently already. Just to keep it interesting, switch it up a little bit. Okay. Okay.
La famiglia lavora nel circo.
Quanto costa un biglietto per il circo?
Quanto costa un biglietto per il circo?
Il disegno è veramente bello.
Pretty.
Disegno.
Disegno.
I miei genitori vengono da culture diverse.
Different culture.
Culture.
È un vestito classico.
Classic dress. Classico.
Classico.
Puoi andare al ballo.
You can go the dance.
Mi piace molto il ballo.
Mi piace molto il ballo.
Perché non venite a ballare con me?
Dance with me.
Chi di voi andrà ai suoi concerti?
Which of you will concerts?
C'è sempre più sicurezza ai concerti. Più sicurezza ai concerti.
Ah, c'è sì, sempre, cazzo.
Classica. Offrendo
Prendo
loro meglio.
Anatra.
Anatra. È la mia cultura.
E la mia cultura.
Oltre.
Ballare.
9. Riso.
Dal.
C'è sempre più sicurezza ai concerti. È sempre più sicurezza ai concerti.
Ho una chitarra elettrica. I capelli lunghi sono fuori moda.
Long hair of style.
La tua gonna è fuori moda.
Nice of you.
Tua gonna è
E
fuori moda.
Questo è un vestito alla moda.
questo è un vestito alla moda.
Sento il tamburo.
I the drum.
Vi siete ricordati di filmare tutto?
Did you remember to film everything?
Loro hanno finito di filmare.
Loro hanno finito di filmare.
Andiamo a vedere un film?
Film. A che ora andiamo all'esibizione? Abbiamo visto i tuoi disegni all'esibizione.
Abbiamo visto i tuoi disegni all'esibizione.
Le piccole strutture dell'artista sono in tutte le gallerie.
Gallerie.
Dita. 20.
Chi?
Colpire. Film. Tamburi.
Hands. Messo su cilindro.
Le piccole
strutture
strutture
dell'artista
dell'artista
sono
in tutte
le
le gallerie.
Sono
capace
di
di
suonare la chitarra.
A scuola i miei figli imparano a dipingere.
Oh, my children paint.
A lei piace dipingere.
A lei piace dipingere.
Mia madre sa tutto sulla letteratura francese.
Mai? Sì, italiano. They know everything about French literature.
Letteratura.
So che è un famoso musicista.
I know musician.
Lui era un grande musicista. Era grande. Un grande musicista.
Non mi piace quella musica, ma mi piace il violino.
Mio fratello studia la fotografia e l'arte.
Brother studies photography and art.
Fotografia.
Ecco una fotografia della mia famiglia.
Ecco una fotografia della mia famiglia.
Ho iniziato a fotografare a 15 anni.
Vogliono fotografare ogni città.
Vogliono fotografare ogni città.
Eravamo in prima fila.
La fila davanti al negozio non finisce mai.
La fila davanti al negozio non finisce mai.
Tesi. Lungo.
Senza. It's not sense always. It's not just sense apostrophe. That is when it is followed by various vowels. Normally it is just senza. Scrivere.
Scrivere.
Musica.
Musica.
Ho iniziato a fotografare a 15 anni.
A scuola.
Scuola. I miei figli imparano a dipingere. Lo spettacolo è finito.
Spettacolo.
Non mi piaceva questo spettacolo.
Non mi piaceva questo spettacolo.
Il calendario ha molte belle immagini.
Mettiamo le immagini sul muro.
Mettiamo le immagini sul muro.
La mostra è già aperta.
Reopen.
Oggi vogliamo vedere la mostra.
Oggi vogliamo vedere la mostra.
Molti artisti saranno sul palco.
E on stage.
Lui suona il pianoforte per il suo piacere.
Pleasure.
Suona il pianoforte meglio di me. Il pianoforte meglio di me.
Chi è l'uomo che sta suonando il pianoforte?
Chi è l'uomo che sta suonando il pianoforte?
Vi siete persi la scena.
The scene
Questa canzone mi ricorda la mia infanzia.
of my childhood. Palchi.
Palchi.
Quasi.
Quasi.
Scena.
Scena.
Dita.
Dita.
Entro.
Entro.
Okay, this is by as in by a certain date. By as in by someone would be D or da in some cases. They sometimes you see both of them. And by means of would be per, for example, per mezzo di, portando. Ci
Poi. Ci saranno
tre
tre
palchi.
palchi.
Alcune
delle
canzoni sono molto belle.
Mi piace il tuo stile.
I like your style.
Stile. Il palcoscenico è ancora nuovo.
Day is still new.
Anche la piazza è un grande palcoscenico. La piazza è un grande palcoscenico.
Ho trovato una foto dei miei nonni.
I found a photo of my grandparents.
È responsabile con i suoi studi.
Responsible with her
Studi.
Gli studi sono in inglese.
studi sono inglese.
La fama non lo ha cambiato.
Fame has not changed. Already an asshole.
Fama.
Qual è il segreto della sua danza?
Bit of
Non conosco il significato di questa danza.
Non conosco il significato di questa danza.
La musicista ha fatto un nuovo video.
A new video. And one thing to note, I mean, all of the simple English simple past that they're doing here is the complex past, the ha fatto, ha detto, ha scritto, è andato form. Now, it's worth noting that the simple past, which is pretty much limited to like writing and narration and stuff like that in the north, in the south, it is the most common, it is extremely common to just use simple past the same way you do it in Spanish. Not surprising, there's actually a lot of stuff in southern Italian languages, in particular, that is much more like Spanish than it is like sort of standard mainline Italian.
Girate un video.
Girate un video. Foto.
Foto.
Via. Quantità.
Quantità.
Qualità.
Qualità.
Metà.
Qual è il
segreto
segreto
della
della sua
danza.
danza?
Il suo stile
È
è differente. Che il mio. Loro portano le macchine fotografiche all'albergo.
Fotografiche.
Or fotografici.
Ho letto tutti i suoi romanzi.
Romanzi. Lui è tutto tranne un poeta.
Is anything. Poet.
Sei fatto per essere un poeta.
Sei fatto per essere un poeta.
Ha letto la poesia ad alta voce.
Gli occhi di un pittore sono i suoi strumenti più importanti.
In questo caso è importante trovare un trattamento diverso.
In this case, important to find different treatment.
Pittore.
Lui è un famoso pittore.
Lui è un famoso pittore.
Poesie.
Hai visto la mia macchina fotografica?
Hai visto la mia macchina fotografica? Grafica.
Che?
Dove?
Dove?
Va.
Sofà.
Sette.
7. Pittore.
Ho scritto il titolo del suo romanzo. Scritto il titolo del suo romanzo.
Il
poeta scrive.
Amore.
Amore.
Mi piace scrivere, specialmente le poesie. Mi piace scrivere, specialmente poesie.
Okay. XP check. Uh, 728 in a day. 6766 out of 7,500. And that's in how much time? So we started out at about 6,400. And we're at 6760. How long have we been doing this? So far. An hour and 15 minutes. So we've gone up 300 XP in about an hour. Okay. Gonna go back to Spanish for a bit. A ver. Vamos. Stem changes. Lesson. Tierra.
Empezar, yo empiezo, nosotros empezamos.
Empezar. Yo empiezo. Nosotros empezamos. Quiero. Hemos. Quiere. Quieren. Estamos. Quiere. Hemos. Pierde.
Tengo que cerrar las puertas. Ellos cierran las puertas. Cerrar las puertas. Cierran. Ellos cierran las puertas.
Tiene. Tienen. Nosotros, tú entiendes. Entendemos. Entienden. Él tiene. Tenemos.
No quiero empezar el trabajo.
Lo entiendo perfectamente. Okay, let's talk about stem change. Now, another thing to note is that we were talking about tú and usted, and there's another thing you have to know. There are a couple of other things you have to know. Apart from the differences when you use one and when you use the other, in a number of countries, there is another pronoun that is used instead of tú. Most famously in Argentina, but also in Central America, in parts of Colombia, in parts of Venezuela, in parts of southern Mexico, in Paraguay, in Uruguay, los dos Guay, in Chile, you have vos. And vos doesn't conjugate the same way. See, instead of tú puedes, say vos podés. Except in Chile, because Chile always has to be different, and they say vos podí. Although they also say tú podí. So that's an important thing to note, just in general. This, let's start. De prueba, probamos. Fácil.
Tú almuerzas. Nosotras almorzamos. Nosotras.
No somos iguales.
Almorzamos.
You eat lunch. We eat lunch. We are not the same. Almorzamos en el parque. Yo quiero poder. Yo puedo viajar.
¿Cuándo vuelves? Volvemos en el verano.
Almorzamos, almuerzan. Vuelven. Yo almuerzo en casa. Quiero almorzar en la escuela. Pruebo. Sopa. Vuelven. Nosotros volvemos. Ellos vuelven. Luego. Almorzar. Pueden estar en la sala. Podemos. Se puede.
Volver. Ella vuelve. Nosotros volvemos.
Volver. Ella vuelve. Nosotros volvemos. Vamos. Muevan. Podemos. Puedo usar el teléfono. Queremos.
No entiendo. No quiero entender.
I don't understand. I don't want to understand. What? Okay, what? This. Why are we learning? What situation is this for? Nosotras queremos. No entendemos la pregunta. Vuelven. Puedo usar este bolígrafo. Vos podí usar este bolígrafo. Tiene frío, Miguel. Almuerzan. Puedo almorzar. Vamos.
No quiero tener frío esta noche. Quiero tener frío. Es noche.
Cierras la ventana. Empieza.
Tener. Nosotros tenemos. Ellas tienen.
Tener. Nosotros tenemos. Ella tiene. Cierra el libro. Cierran los libros. Cierra. Cerrai. Probai. Cerrás. Probás. Puedo usar el teléfono. Pierde tu a menudo. Demo italiano. Beban.
Hablo con mi novio y entiendo sus problemas.
Hablo con mi novio y entiendo sus problemas. Ver la tele con mis amigos. Ellos cierran los libros. Entendemos. ¿Entiendes? Fun fact, in Spain, it used to be the way that you would approach somebody if you were queer and you thought somebody might be, and you wanted to just sort of find out, the equivalent in Spain of "Are you a friend of Dorothy?" for example, is "¿Entiendes?" back in the day. ¿Cómo? Memo.
Yo no almuerzo aquí.
Necesito volver a casa.
Yo empiezo mi tarea ahora. Yo empiezo mi tarea ahora.
Okay. There we go. And are on 2394 XP. And 6826 out of 7500. We are creeping towards that 7500 goal. Okay, let's see. Open up a new row of stuff in Spanish. And vamos a ver lo que ahora tenemos. Interese. Okay, a ver.
La foto.
¿Te gusta esta foto de mamá?
Another thing, I mean, here's another just regional thing. I mean, they've done the verb conjugations mostly for Latin America. What I mean by mostly is they don't have vos. This is important for Latin America because a lot of places you'll hear vos and you have to know what it is. But the other thing they don't have, which would be important just to understand Spanish in Spain, is vosotros and vosotra. Porque because in Spain you have a formal and an informal second person plural. Ustedes is not the universal second person plural in Spain the way it is in Latin America. The informal second person plural is vosotros or vosotra, and that has a different conjugation. So that's something that they ought to have in here, but it's like they have the flag of Spain, but it's all very geared towards Latin America.
Me interesa la música.
I'm interested in music. Me interesa visitar este parque de Madrid. Y también.
Es una conversación interesante.
Interesting conversation.
A ella le interesa esta clase.
A Pablo le interesa jugar al béisbol.
A Pablo le interesa jugar al béisbol.
A ellos les interesa visitar muchos lugares.
A Fernanda le interesa ese libro.
A Fernanda le interesa ese libro. Prensa, burguesa, te interesa. Old chant. Chile from like the 60s. Esa es la música clásica. A nosotros nos encanta. Y también, pero a mi novio no. Clásica. Concierto.
Nos interesa viajar a Europa.
De Europe. ¿Quieren ir?
¿De verdad te interesa mi clase?
My class.
¿Te interesa esta clase? ¿Te interesa esta clase?
No.
Esa
¿Te interesa esta conversación?
Quiero.
Sacar. Y sacar.
Tomar. Muchas. Fotos.
But more common everywhere I know is sacar. If we mean to actually take the picture. Sacar. La foto. ¿Cuánto cuesta is one way of saying how much is it, but people also say cuánto vale.
El arte.
¿A tus amigos les interesa el arte?
Nosotros dibujamos mucho en la clase.
Nosotros siempre viajamos en el mes de julio.
Always travel in.
Me interesa ver este pueblo europeo.
Pueblo, yeah, it can mean town. I mean, it can also mean people, nation, or populace.
Las pinturas del museo son importantes.
Are we supposed to be saying the museum paintings? That sounds weird. Are important.
Importantes.
El museo tiene muchas pinturas interesantes. Museo tiene muchas pinturas interesantes.
Esas fotos son importantes para él.
Esas fotos son importantes para él.
Europeos.
Los museos son interesantes.
Los museos son interesantes.
¿Qué?
Sí.
6.
Hombres. Mi.
Arte.
Artes.
¿Cuándo viajas otra vez, Miguel?
¿Cuándo viajas otra vez, Miguel? ¿Por qué no se van? Porque eso no se van. Se van del país. ¿Te gusta esta pintura? Diego dibuja muy bien. Sí, me gusta mucho este queso. That will be my way of just changing the subject.
Yo no dibujo bien.
Yo no dibujo bien. Siempre
Siempre viajo
en
la primavera.
Queremos
estudiar
estudiar arte
europeo.
europeo.
Por
El básquetbol.
El básquet.
A mi madre no le gusta el básquetbol.
Mi deporte preferido es el fútbol.
¿Cuál es tu deporte preferido? Es tu deporte preferido.
La niña juega en el jardín.
Girl. Play. Garden.
¿Cuáles son tus camisetas favoritas?
T-shirt.
¿Por qué no jugamos ahora?
Now.
En el verano jugamos en la playa.
En el verano jugamos en la playa.
No me interesa jugar al tenis hoy.
Today.
¿Te interesa jugar hoy?
¿Te interesa jugar hoy? Nosotros nos interesa jugar al fútbol. Partido final. Okay, one thing I'm wondering about in this is, I mean, you could, this first one, there are various answers that would actually make grammatical sense. A nosotros nos interesa jugar al fútbol works, but baseball works today. It works as well, and tennis too. And all of those might theoretically have a final match in Barcelona. I mean, I wonder if this works for all of them.
A menudo jugamos en el parque.
A menudo jugamos en el parque.
Queremos practicar 1 hora los lunes.
Want practice for an hour on Monday.
No me interesa practicar
No me interesa practicar béisbol. El tenis y siempre juego en las vacaciones. Papá también le gusta, pero él no juega.
¿Cuáles son tus comidas favoritas? A mí no me interesa el básquetbol.
3 or 4. La radio.
La radio.
No me interesa escuchar la radio ahora.
Not interested. Radio. Reading the current issue of Collier's. En las vacaciones mi papá en la radio todas las mañanas.
Esto es muy diferente.
This very different.
Esto es muy divertido.
Esto es muy divertido.
¿El alemán es tu asignatura favorita?
Me interesa mucho esta asignatura.
Me interesa mucho esta asignatura.
¿A ustedes les gusta este grupo?
Este grupo de música toca en Londres. Es rock. Me gusta, pero a mi novia no.
¿Hay partidos hoy?
There are games.
Me gusta mirar los partidos de fútbol. Me gusta mirar los partidos de fútbol.
Tengo ganas de ir a muchas fiestas.
A lot of party.
Fiestas.
In Chile, the common word is carrete. Y me gusta ir a fiesta en Barcelona. Esta ciudad es muy divertida.
Nos interesa hacer otras cosas.
Are it in other things. Esa.
Nos interesa hacer cosas. Otras cosas.
Me
Esa.
interesa conocer otros museos.
Sounds like she's not having a great day. Okay, we've leveled up. And let's see what's going on. 843 XP today. 6881 out of 7500. So just a little over 600 XP to go. And still at the top of the Silver League leaderboard for I think the third day running. And I have to keep that up for 2 days to jump up into that. We're going to take a little bit of a break. And I will be back in just a couple of minutes. And I'm back. Okay, and it is time to choose a new language. Now, today, just because I'm trying to see how fast I can possibly go, I've been sticking to languages I actually do know well, unlike... No, that's not good. My trouble with having speakers that are shaped like little balls is that they roll off. I've been doing previously just staying away from the ones that I know really well to get sort of a learner's perspective, but this time I'm just trying to see how fast I can possibly go. Of course, for anyone who would like to just outright choose the language for me and choose any language at all that Duolingo has, a follow on Twitch or a sub on YouTube plus a $5 on my Patreon will let you do that. Okay, let's mix it up a bit, and Russian, why not? The first language I ever started teaching myself. I had this 1966 Random House dictionary in my room when I was like 5 years old. And on the very back inside page, it had a table of the alphabets of the world. All 5 of them, as it happened. All 5 alphabets in the entire world. One of them was Cyrillic, and Cyrillic fascinated me. Okay, why is the symbol for genitive plural Skeletor as imagined by the people who draw South Park?
10 школ.
10 schools.
В этом городе нет школ.
В этом городе нет школ.
7 книг.
7 books.
У меня нет слов.
I have no words.
10 слов.
10 слов.
Много машин.
A lot of cars. Много машин.
6 машин. 6 машин.
Cars. На этой улице всегда много машин.
Я хочу сказать несколько слов.
I would like to say a word.
Мой брат хочет купить несколько книг.
Мой брат хочет купить несколько книг.
Зимой мало птиц.
There, in winter, there are few birds.
Я не вижу здесь птиц.
Я не вижу здесь птиц.
У меня нет таких проблем.
I not have such problems.
В парке много птиц.
В парке много птиц. Таких книг, plural, yes, of course, у меня нет.
7 книг.
Он
человек без проблем.
One of 5 completed.
Я знаю много интересных людей.
I know many interesting people.
В нашей школе нет интересных книг.
В школе нет интересных книг.
В этом доме много столов.
There are many tables in this house.
Тут много людей и мало столов.
Тут много людей и мало столов.
Школа для мальчиков.
School for boys.
5 мальчиков.
5 мальчиков.
На этой улице 10 домов.
There 10 houses. Здесь.
Здесь нет домов.
Здесь нет домов.
У его сестры нет фильмов о России.
Have is about Russia.
У моего брата нет интересных фильмов.
У моего брата нет интересных фильмов. Just Marvel movies.
6 месяцев – это долго. Мне нужно 7 месяцев. Мне нужно 7 месяцев. 12 месяцев – это год.
12 месяцев – это год.
Я не вижу здесь синих птиц.
Here.
В нашей школе нет мальчиков.
В нашей школе нет мальчиков.
В
магазине.
магазине. Тарелок
не
было.
У нас нет синих тарелок.
Много лошадей.
Many horses.
У моей бабушки нет лошадей.
У моей бабушки нет лошадей.
5 лошадей.
5 horses.
Без кроватей.
Without beds.
Таких кроватей здесь нет.
Таких кроватей здесь.
В этом доме нет ножей.
There are no knives in. Now, that is a great little story prompt. I mean, that's the first line of a short story. You want to know why there are no knives in this house. See, this is why I keep saying, give me some narrative structure. The narrative structure, you could do cool things with this. I mean, I haven't checked out Duolingo stories, and I really ought to do that at some point. But just to see what they're doing with that. But, like, you want to know why there are no knives in this house. What happened?
У нас нет ножей.
У нас нет ножей.
7 интересных недель.
7 interesting weeks.
Нам трудно есть мясо без ножей.
Нам трудно есть мясо без ножей.
В ее доме нет мышей.
There are her house. Yes, because the mice ran away with all the knives.
Несколько мышей едят сыр.
Несколько мышей едят сыр.
Кошка любит есть мышей.
The cat likes mice.
Вера здесь живет уже 6 недель.
Вера здесь живет уже 6 недель.
В этой книге длинных слов нет.
There are no long words. Book. So if it's a Russian book, that is probably a lie, because Russian likes long words.
В этом языке так много длинных слов.
В этом
языке так много длинных слов.
Yes, exactly. I forgot the word anthem.
Несколько длинных кроватей.
Несколько длинных кроватей.
5 недель.
5 недель.
В ее доме нет мышей.
There are mice in her house.
В этом языке так много длинных слов. В этом языке так много длинных слов.
Они любят своих дочерей.
They love their daughters. Thank you for putting that in order. Моей дочери нет кровати.
У Дженни много сыновей.
Jenny has many sons.
В нашей школе много учителей.
There. Teachers in our school.
В школе 30 учителей.
В школе 30 учителей.
Без учителей трудно.
It's hard without teachers.
У моих дочерей хорошие учителя.
My daughters have teachers.
У моих сыновей большая комната.
Моих сыновей большая комната. Моих сыновей нет дочерей.
У меня много длинных карандашей.
I have a lot pencils. And fun fact, the word here, carandache, for pencil, is from French, carandache.
У него нет карандашей.
У него нет карандашей.
Раньше у нас было много учеников.
Used to have students.
5 учителей и 40 учеников. Учителей. И 40 учеников. Где деньги моих учеников?
Где деньги моих учеников?
У ребенка несколько синих карандашей.
У ребенка несколько синих карандашей.
У него
нет
карандашей.
У
Дженни
Дженни
много
много сыновей.
Four or five
У нас много детей.
have many children.
У моих дочерей нет детей.
Моих дочерей нет детей.
У меня 5 детей.
Have five children.
В коробке 6 чашек.
There 6 cups in a box.
Тебе надо помыть несколько чашек, 5 или 7.
Тебе надо помыть несколько чашек, 5 или 7.
У них нет детей.
They not children.
У моих дочерей слишком много кошек.
No such thing. Daughters. Too many.
Я думаю, у тебя слишком много вопросов. У тебя слишком много вопросов.
Sounds threatening.
На столе много тарелок, чашек и книг.
There any plate, cups, and books. Table.
Здесь слишком много чашек и слишком мало тарелок.
Слишком много чашек и слишком мало тарелок.
У него нет друзей, зато очень много денег.
Has no friends, but a lot of money. The Elon Musk story.
У них нет денег, потому что они купили машину.
У них нет денег, потому что они купили машину.
Деньги вон там, в коробке.
Money is there. A box.
Я вам покажу, где деньги.
Я вам покажу, где. Okay, like what dialogue? What is the situation that we are supposed to be imagining?
Я готовлю за деньги.
Я готовлю за деньги.
Я вам покажу, где деньги.
У них нет денег, потому что они купили машину.
Okay, we've now leveled up, so it's time to just check in with our XP situation. 900 today. 69.49 out of 7,500. We are closing in on that. 158 lingots, 37 crowns, 10-day streak, and it is time to pick a new language. As always, for a subscription on YouTube and for a Twitter, a sub, follow on Twitch. Can't do subs yet. I need 50 followers for that. You can choose the language for me. You can choose any, and $5 on Patreon. You can choose any language that is available on Duolingo. I'll do it. But other than that, today I am doing the languages well. So we can just see how fast this thing can go. Done today, Russian, Spanish, Italian, and but Japanese. Okay. Where start? Class.
あなたの名前を言ってください。
Please say name.
あの女の人の名前を知っていますか？
Know that was name.
あの人の名前は知りません。
I do know that person's.
彼女は何と言っていましたか？
What was she saying?
彼はいいえと言いました。
He said no.
彼女ははいと言いました。彼女ははい。と。彼女ははいと言いました。ました。
この言葉の意味を言ってください。
Say the meaning of this word.
菓子、
唐揚げ、
唐揚げ、温め、召し上がる、尻。
その言葉は知りません。
I do not know that word.
その言葉の意味を知っていますか？
You know meaning of that word.
その漢字はもう知っています。
I already know that kanji. You keep using that word. I do not think it means. ああ、次々言ってんだな。意味は、お前が思う通りじゃないと思うよ。
これは日本語で何と言いますか？
How do you say this in Japanese?
それは今知りました。
I just learned now, or just found that out now.
狐は何を言いますか？
What does the fox say? The fox says, please get the Tories to stop hunting me.
マリオと呼んでください。
Please call me Mario. Mario.
田中と呼んでください。
Please call me Tanaka. To be clear, this does not necessarily have to mean me, because there is no actual direct object pronoun in there. This can mean please call him Tanaka, please call her Tanaka, please call them Tanaka. It can mean anything like that.
教室教室教室
One of the things that they don't tell you when you start to learn kanji is that at a certain point it actually really gets hard to read without them. Kyoshitsu. Shiri. That also means butt. Age.
Age.
Kyoshitsu.
教室
召し上がる。
召し上がる歌詞
教室はどこですか？
Where is the classroom?
メニューを見せてください。
Please show me the menu.
クラスに友達はいますか？
Do you have friends in class? Literally, are there friends in class?
友達に教科書を見せました。
I showed my friend the textbook. Pro tip. The word gyokasho can be written with different kanji. And if you write it with different kanji, it means re-education center.
姉に写真を見せます。姉に写真を見せます。に写真を見せます。
教室。
Classroom.
教科書を見せてください。
Please show me the textbook.
今日の宿題を見せてください。
Please show me tomorrow's, no, wait. Today's homework.
子供の写真を見せてください。
Show me a picture of your child. Really, this just means of a child. Theoretically, it could be your child, or it could be a number of others, like of that child, it would also mean. A more polite way of saying this, if it's specifically your child, would be お子さんの写真を見せてください。
日本語の授業はどこの教室ですか？
Let's see. Where is the classroom? I mean, I would say which, where is the classroom for Japanese, but, or where is the classroom for the Japanese class? That works too.
おばあさんはおじいさんに写真を10枚見せました。
My grandmother showed grandfather 10 pictures, 10 photographs.
誰が同じクラスですか？
Who is in the same class? Kurasu. I mean, this depends. Like, kurasu is one way to say it. Like, if you're talking like in primary and secondary school in Japan, the more common way you'd hear is kumi.
Kotae.
I answer.
Warae.
Oh, wait.
Kotae.
That's the one.
Kotae. Shiri.
質。
質。
教室。
教室。
質問。
質問。質。
On its own, this means quality.
質。質問。
質問。
質問。質問。質問。
It's useful to know, this is something they don't do often when they do these kanji exercises, at least what I've seen in Chinese and what I've seen here. There are two kanji on here that are pronounced shitsu. One is, this is the shitsu in shitsumon. Then there's also shitsure, which means a loss of etiquette, or a rude thing, like you, or it can more colloquially it means excuse me. That's also shitsu. Shiri.
知り、
答え。
答え、
質。
質、
質問。
質問、教室。
And 質 and 教室 is also 質, which means room. 質問。
質問。
日本語で答えてください。
Please answer in Japanese.
問題ありません。
No problem. Let's see. They should accept that. Okay, good. They
3
did.
つの問題に答えてください。3つの問題に答えてください。2、答えてください。
質問に答えてください。
Please answer the question.
もう質問に答えましたか？
Did you already answer the question?
その質問
は、
は
明
明
日
日
答えます。
問題
ありません。
定規、
定規、
定規、定規、定規。
That kanji there that is more commonly te than jo. 簡単。
簡単。
教室。
教室。ど。
degree. 定規。
定規。質問。簡単。
簡単。
簡単。簡単。
簡単。
簡単。
この男の声はとても大きいです。
Okay, and here's another thing. See, this isn't a neutral choice between. It's saying that you should say この男の人, and I said この男, mostly just to test whether it would allow me to do it, because この男 is actually sort of vaguely disdainful. この男の人 is more sort of neutrally polite. 簡単。
簡単。
定規。
定規。
ど。
質。
ど。
質。
知り。
知り。
定規。
この定規はとても長いです。
This ruler. Very long.
この問題は簡単ですか？
Is this question, although 問題 isn't just question, it can also mean problem. Although they've kind of covered that because they have 問題ありません, which is no problem. Is this question...
もう一度教えてください。
Please tell me again.
今度のテストは簡単でした。今度のテストは簡単でした。
定規を持っていますか？
もの持ってねえよ。
今日のテストは簡単でした。
The test day was easy. こ
の定規は
でも長いです。
です。
もう一度教えてください。
完璧。4 or 5.
鉛筆。
鉛筆。カランダッシ
ュ。鉛筆。
鉛筆。
鉛筆。
shiri. I wonder if they ever tell you. See, because you really shiri like this is just the root, the connective form of the verb to know. Shiri. I wonder if they're ever going to tell you, like, have shiri as in the main thing that you see shiri as an independent word, which is bum.
shiri.
鉛筆。
鉛筆。
日本。
日本。
簡単。
簡単。ど。 1번
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 2本
2번
鉛筆
鉛筆
教室
教室1本
2
2
本
本室
4本4
4本
ペン
このペンはとても高いです
pen very expensive
ペンを2本ください。
2 pens
鉛筆とペンを買いました。
bought pencil and pens
鉛筆を4本買いました
I bought 4 pencils. I have a varied and fulfilling life.
定規を3本買いました。定規を3本買いました。
この鉛筆で手紙を書きます
I write a letter pencil. This pencil.
色鉛筆をたくさん買いました
I bought many colored pencils.
色鉛筆で絵を描きました。
I drew a picture. Colored pencil.
このペンはとても高いです
Pen is expensive. Okay, another leveling up. Let's see where we are on X. 2650, still top of Silver League. 7,022 of 7,500. We are down below 500 XP to unlock this achievement. And we need a glass of water. A gulp of it, anyway. Is our throat. And it is, of course, time to pick a new language. Leveled up. And forward. Also, my. 아래 하겠습니다. Okay, here we go. Starting out. 이름이 뭐예요? 가게.
가게.
가게
Store. Although it also means shop.
슈퍼마켓
백화점.
의사가 카트를 찾고 있어
Doctor. Cart.
쇼핑 카트.
Shopping cart.
참 좋은 가격
Really good price.
장바구니.
Basket.
장바구니는 카트보다 무겁습니다. 장바구니는 카트보다.
Okay, see, they make this a little bit easier than Japanese because, see, nun and 보다 are particles. And in the way they were doing it in the Japanese one, you had to choose the particles separately.
무겁습니다.
이 가게는 너무 비싸.
This store is too expensive.
가격 때문에 저는 컴퓨터를 못 사요.
I cannot buy computer because of price.
쇼핑하러 슈퍼마켓에 가세요.
Go shop.
한국에서 김밥의 가격은 아주 낮아요.
In price kimbap is low.
작은 서점은 슈퍼마켓 뒤에 있어요.
Small store is behind. Big one.
라디오는 가치가 없어요.
The radio is worthless.
가치, 가치.
Value.
우와, 그 책은 가치가 있어요.
지금 가치가 있어요. No, that book is valuable.
왜냐하면 내가 그렇게 말하니까.
Because I say so. Now, this is one of the interesting things about the parallel development of Japanese and Korean. Japanese also says because as an introduction of a sentence in the same way. And 왜냐면 literally means if you say why. In Japanese, you would say 나제 나라 or 나제かと言いますと, which means if you say why. It's the exact same structure with the exact same meaning, it's just different words.
85%를 받았어요.
I got 85%.
50%의 할인.
50% discount.
이 셔츠는 할인 중이에요.
These shirts are on sale. Fun fact, the characters, harin, that's a Chinese loanword, are the same characters as Japanese uses for the same word, waribiki.
많은 양의 돈이 사라졌어요.
Uh-huh. A large quantity of money. 량. 남조선에서 양인데 disappeared.
양보다 질이 중요해요.
Quality is more important than quantity. That 질, as in chiri, is the same as shitsu, which we saw in Japanese just now. Same Chinese character, same meaning as well. You would say, in Japanese, you would say this with the exact same Chinese loanwords. 요 요리와 수가 중요하다.
한국 음식은 맛있어. 왜냐하면 아주 매우니까.
In food is tasty because it very spicy.
우리는 쇼핑하는 중이에요.
We are little shopping.
몇 퍼센트 할인해요?
What percent off?
영수증.
영수증.
영수증 주세요.
Receipt.
신용카드.
신용가입권.
유로,
계산대.
Cash.
저는 현금으로 지불하고 싶어요.
I want to pay in cash. I want to pay in snake cash.
현금 또는 신용카드.
Cash or credit card.
계산서는 제가 들고 있어요.
I am paying the bill.
계산서를 주세요. 계산대,
No. 계산서를
계산서를 주세요.
계산대로 갈 거예요.
I will check out.
이 원피스를 교환하고 싶어요.
I want to exchange dress.
누가 지불해야 합니까?
Who needs to pay?
이 맥주는 몇 유로입니까?
How many euros here?
신용카드 몇 개가 있어?
How credit do you have?
신용카드로 지불할래요?
Good. Pay by credit.
이 원피스를 교환하고 싶어요. 연필은 1 유로입니다.
Okay. Leveled up, and now that we're closing, I'm going to check on that achievement unlocked more frequently. 7,067. So that is updated. Yeah, 7,067. Leveled up, we're going to just languages. Hello, Ludlow. Good to see you. Yeah, going well. We are less than 500 XP away from the achievement unlocked of 7,500. We started on 6,400 on. We're almost at 7,500. Things are going pretty well. Got my hair done by my mother because we're in the middle of a plague. And never had her do it before. She did a pretty good job, I'd say. Okay. Today I've been focusing on languages that I actually know well to see just how fast I... French. We haven't done French yet. Title, update titles, French. Okay, sensations. Read. Le froid.
Le froid.
fret.
Nous n'avons pas froid.
We are not. In Quebec, it's pronounced fret.
Vraiment?
Really?
Vraiment.
Comment tu te sens?
How you feel?
C'est mal.
It's bad. C'est mal. Okay, I like this guy's voice. So, my Julien. On va très bien.
Je me sens très bien.
No, well, you certainly sound it. Fine. Well.
Je me sens bien.
Je me sens bien. Comment tu te sens maintenant? Je me sens vraiment mal.
Je ne me sens pas mal.
Me sens pas mal.
Tu vas avoir très chaud au Brésil.
You. Well, going be into hot, very be. Very still.
Chaud.
Comment chaud? Il y a trop de soleil.
Chaud.
C'est
Ici.
5.
Gentil.
Gentil.
Métro.
Tu vas avoir chaud.
Tu
vas avoir très chaud au Brésil.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, they should do a Quebecois course. That would rock. And one of the interesting things I've been noticing as I do Haitian Creole, there are a lot of phonetic things in Haitian Creole that are shared with Quebecois, but not so much with Metropolitan French. Like in Quebecois, and also in Haitian Creole, when you have T and an I next to each other, it's not T, it's T. There's just a little bit of an S added to it. And when you've got a D and an I, there's a little bit of a Z, Z. And that is something that is apparently was like in the 17th, 16th century in French, in Metropolitan French was common, but then they just kind of moved past and stopped doing in France, but they still do in Quebec, and it was, it sort of inherited into Creole. Five.
J'ai faim.
I'm hungry. Faim.
Faim.
J'ai soif.
I'm thirsty.
Meille. Meille.
Hey. Actually, I don't see that anywhere. I mean, there's mille, there's mal, mal.
Meille.
Tu manges assez? Non, j'ai toujours faim.
Assez.
Nous avons sommeil.
We are sleepy.
Le bébé a sommeil.
Le bébé a sommeil.
Je mange assez.
I eat.
Ensemble.
Dimanche. Gentil.
Gentil.
Trop.
Dormir.
J'ai besoin de dormir.
To sleep. Dors pas beaucoup.
Tu dors?
Are bing.
Je n'ai pas soif, merci. Ne ai pas soif, merci.
Ça va être trop pour passer.
Je ne pas sommeil.
Ah, fuck, I forgot A. Well, okay, the most definite time in which it would be when there is another vowel before, when it is I-L-L-E, and there's another vowel before the I, like E-I-L-L-E, then I think that's 100% going to be A. That's going to be A. I don't think there is a counterexample. If it is just I-L-L-E, then it does one sometimes and sometimes the other. Like there's ville for city, that's V-I-L-L-E. Then there's fille for girl, and that is I-L-L-E too. So it isn't 100% possible to say. there's probably a rule in there. There's probably some complex explanation involving vulgar Latin that I just don't know offhand. Donc, on très soif.
Soif.
Je
et
fuck. Ne et pas
sommeil.
sommeil.
One thing I'm kind of curious about is you will often hear people get rid of the ne in colloquial speech, both France and in other French-speaking places. They'll say "j'ai pas sommeil," and that's not technically correct, but it is colloquial and authentic.
Vous êtes malade?
Are
Je suis fatigué.
I tired?
Gai.
Gai.
Gai. Parce que.
Où est-ce que vous conduisez cette voiture? In Quebec, instead of la voiture, car is le char, literally the chariot. Voiture ne marche pas. Triste parce que tu es malade. C'est pas non fatigué.
Nous sommes très tristes.
We are very sad.
Nous sommes fatigués.
Nous sommes fatigués.
Pourquoi sont-elles stressées?
Why? Yes.
Pourquoi sont-elles malades?
Pourquoi sont-elles malades?
Stressé. Rouge.
Trop de. Tourner.
Elle.
Vous êtes très stressé.
Ah. Vous êtes très stressé.
Parce que tu voyages trop.
Pourquoi sont-elles tristes?
Pourquoi sont-elles tristes?
Nous sommes très tristes.
Je suis fatigué.
Fatigué.
Prends un café.
Coffee.
Prends un jus d'orange.
Prends un jus d'orange.
Vous vous sentez mal? Est-ce que vous vous sentez bien?
Est-ce que vous vous sentez bien?
Nous nous sentons mal.
So bad. Pourquoi vous ne pas ce soir? Bien.
Est-ce que vous dormez?
Well, I'm not now, am I?
Vous dormez beaucoup. Vous dormez beaucoup.
Le désir pour la vie.
Tu ne manges pas assez.
Aren't eating enough.
Pas assez.
Pourquoi êtes-vous fatigué, madame? J'ai passé tout le fin de semaine à baiser ton mari. Toujours pas assez.
Elle est fatiguée parce qu'elle ne mange pas bien.
Tired. Tired because... Well.
Il est malade parce qu'il mange trop de chocolat.
Il est malade parce qu'il mange trop de chocolat. Et là... Et parce qu'il est tôt le matin.
Avec moi.
Ce soir.
Soir.
There's another thing, the Québécois and Creole have in common. It is very common to hear moi, as it's said in Metropolitan French, pronounced moi, Quebec, avec moi. And in Creole, they say moi. It as I mean, the phonetic parallels are fascinating.
Avec tes amis.
Avec tes chums, on dirait au Québec.
Il se sent triste.
He feels sad.
Elle se sent mal.
Elles se sent mal. On fatigue.
Elles se sentent bien.
Well.
Plus de. Plus de.
Moins de.
Moins de.
Et plus de sport. Pas parce que tu travailles trop.
Bois moins de café.
Ouais, moins de café. Je vais ronculer. Je vais boire autant de café que je veux, mon pote. Triste. Ouais. Pas avec.
Fais du sport avec ton ami.
Exercise with your friend. Oh, is that what you call it?
Fais du sport tous les jours. Fais du sport tous les jours.
Non.
Bois du thé.
Oui.
Froid.
École.
Avant.
Plus de.
Ouais, de l'eau.
Tu dois manger moins de chocolat.
Faites plus de sport.
Elle se sent mal.
Okay, leveled up, and let's see where we are on the 95 for this period 7142 out of 7500. We are really closing in on it right now. So, and it is time to choose language. For those catch up, we've been doing French, Korean, Japanese, Russian, Spanish, Italian, German today. Do you realize you can select words with the keyboard as well as clicking on? What, with like tab or what? How's that work? Okay. Norwegian, why not? Do some Norwegian. Norwegian, the cool thing about Norwegian, the grammar is simple as verb forms, never heard of them. There's like, for each tense, there's one verb form. That's it. I is, you is, we is, they is, etc. That's how Norwegian works. That's how all the Scandinavian languages. Except I think maybe for Icelandic. But they don't have Icelandic on here. I'm kind of.
Vær så snill å drikke melken din.
Please. Milk. Nei.
Å.
Kan du denne sangen?
Song?
Kan. Mammaen min liker å lage mat.
Likes.
Lage. Pappa liker å lage pasta. Liker. Ei. Lage. Pasta.
Oh, yes. See, I can type way faster than I can select shit with the mouse. But the thing is that if I type, sometimes they are kind of counterintuitive in their translations, so I don't know if my way of translated is necessarily going to be theirs. Oh, fuck, I meant å lage pasta.
Jeg vil bli lærer.
I want to become a teacher.
Bli.
Han vil ikke betale.
He wants to pay.
Jeg tror ikke de kan betale.
Jeg tror ikke de kan betale.
Når vil du spise?
When do you to eat?
Jenta vil betale mannen for bøkene.
Jenta vil betale mannen for bøkene. Bare. Hvem?
Betale.
For.
Svømmer.
Gutten kan ikke spise fisk.
Gutten kan ikke spise fisk. Nei.
Nei.
Spise.
Hjemme.
Morgen.
Brev.
Gi.
Rett.
Oransje.
Nok.
Takk.
Pappa liker å lage pasta. Liker å lage pasta.
Jeg drikker kaffe i stedet for å sove.
I drink coffee instead of sleeping.
Du kan gjøre det.
And do it.
Vil du danse med meg?
Want to dance with me.
Jeg kan gi deg det du vil ha.
I can give you what you want to have. You.
Kan du gi meg boken?
Kan du gi meg boken?
Du må betale for maten.
You have to pay for the food. See, one of the few grammar things you have to pay attention to that is not immediately intuitive to an English speaker in Norwegian and the other Scandinavian languages, the other major ones, Danish and Swedish, is that the definite article actually shows up at the end of the word, at the end of the noun that it's modifying. So mat is food, maten is the food.
Må de sove her? Må de sove her? De sov her.
Sove her.
Vi må gjøre noe.
Vi må gjøre noe.
Vil du kjøpe de gamle sokkene mine?
Buy my old socks. Fuck no.
Kjøpe.
And if you speak German, you'll notice this sounds a little bit like kaufen. That's because they are cognate words.
Hvorfor kan det ikke være perfekt?
Why can't it be perfect?
Være.
Veldig.
Danse. Vil.
Suppen. Gjennom. And the other thing to know about the Scandinavian languages, I mean, about Danish, Swedish, Norwegian specifically, is you will find these exact words over and over again. There will be differences in spelling, sometimes there will be differences in word endings, but basically, if you know one, you have a huge start in knowing all the rest of them. Å danse. I mean, the big thing is, Danish and Swedish have very different pronunciation, they both have little complicated, peculiarities of pronunciation compared to Norwegian. But reading it, if you can read Norwegian, you will not have a whole lot of trouble reading Danish. It's just different spellings for the most part when you're reading it. 6.
Hund. Mange.
Gjøre.
Risen.
Det.
Dyrt.
Å være.
Være. Fattig. Du. Kan. Gi. Hesten. Et eple.
Du er 4.
Kan du lese?
Can read. Lese. Looks a lot like lesen. That's because they are cognates.
Jeg kan ikke ta det.
I can't take them. Ta. Yeah, I mean, that's a very true statement that they throw in there. Being broke is the most expensive shit ever. Everybody finds ways to charge people with no money more money than people who have.
Kan jeg ta bilen?
Kan jeg ta bilen?
Hun elsker å synge.
She loves sing.
Synge.
Oldemor elsker å synge gamle sanger.
Oldemor elsker synge gamle sanger. Great grandmother, I noticed that the Norwegian word for great grandma is oldemor, which sounds like fucking Voldemort.
Kan dere vise dem rundt?
Can show them around.
Kan du se fuglen I treet?
Can see bird in the tree. Fugl, which is bird, bears more than a passing resemblance to fugl, which is bird.
Jeg kan ikke se noe.
Jeg kan ikke se noe.
Unnskyld, kan jeg få en ren gaffel?
Can I have a clean fork?
Jeg må få vann. Jeg må få vann.
Du nær å få deg jobb?
Du nær å få deg jobb?
Min.
Denne.
Øl. Se. Ute. Kan du vise meg kjolene?
Kan du vise meg den røde broa? Det vanskelig å velge.
It's hard to velge bilen.
Vil du velge avisen? Vil du velge avisen? Kan du høre hestene?
Jeg kan ikke høre deg.
Jeg kan ikke høre deg.
Jeg prøver å synge en sang.
I'm trying to sing a song.
Jeg prøver å sove.
Jeg prøver å sove.
Vi må tenke på barna.
Think. Children.
Tenke. Han vil høre på radio.
Han vil høre på radio.
Jeg vil ikke leie et hus. Må vi fortsette å lese?
Have to read.
Fortsette.
Not a coincidence that it sounds a lot like fortsetzen.
Du kan ikke fortsette å kjøpe så mye.
Ikke fortsette å kjøpe så mye.
Det kan være vanskelig å si unnskyld, men det er veldig viktig.
Leiebil.
Leiebil. Du.
Hun.
Si. Nede. Hjemme.
Mer.
Si.
Kjøtt. Bjørn. Fra.
Det kan være vanskelig å si unnskyld, men det er veldig viktig.
Oh, I left out very. Fucking hell.
Det kan være vanskelig å si unnskyld, men det er veldig viktig.
Okay, and where are we now? 770, 7,200. We need 300 more XP, and we have unlocked 7,500. And it is time for a new language. Chinese.
Qi.
Qi. Spirit or gas. Qi.
Qi. Xie.
Jia.
Xie. Ke.
Hey.
Shui.
Jia.
Xie.
Qi.
Qi.
Ba.
Ba. Ke.
Ke. Guest.
Ke.
Yeah.
谢
气
气 那 哥 客
不客气。
You're welcome. 不客气。
谢谢你。
Thanks.
谢谢，不客气。谢谢，不客气。
不客气，再见。
You're welcome. Bye.
谢谢
Thanks.
谢谢你，再见。
Thank you. Goodbye.
不客气，再见。
Welcome. Bye. You're trying to get rid of us. Hey. Hey. Hey.
客
是
系
关
关奇关 关奇
Really to get up.
奇 奇
First character in the Chinese version of the International is Lai.
奇 系
关
关起课
没
系
系
系
没关系。
worries
我很忙，对不起。
I am busy sorry
对不起，没关系。对不起，没关系。
没关系，再见。
对不起。
Okay, and where are we? 7229. Okay, so 271 XP away. And having leveled up, we are going to language. Hindi. Have any language questions you always wanted to know and just never got around to asking? Go ahead, chat. Let them rip.
hot
Knock.
मेरी नाक छोटी है।
Kitty.
मेरी नाक छोटी है।
Noses.
पैर
Pad.
मेरे पास 2 हाथ और 2 पैर हैं।
I have hand and legs.
कान
मेरे पास एक नाक और 2 कान हैं।
I have one nose and ears.
मेरे कान छोटे हैं।
My ears are small.
राज के पास 2 हाथ, 2 पैर, 1 नाक और 2 कान हैं।
Raj has 2 hands, 2 legs, 1 nose, and
मुंह
हमारे पास एक मुंह है।
we have one.
आमिर के बाल हरे हैं।
Amir's not. Oh, his hair is knotted.
मेरे कान में दर्द हो रहा है।
There. My is not a
मेरे सिर में दर्द हो रहा है।
My head
मेरे हाथ में दर्द है।
pain in my hand.
जूलिया के सिर में दर्द नहीं है। जूलिया के सिर में जूलिया के सिर में दर्द नहीं है। दर्द नहीं है। मेरा मुंह छोटा है।
Small.
उसका मुंह लाल है।
Her red.
मेरे बाल छोटे हैं।
Hair. Yours.
जूलिया के पैर में दर्द है।
Yes. Leg.
मेरे कान में दर्द है.
I. There is pain in my ears. That is such an odd way to say that in English.
अंगूठा.
Anguta.
मेरी उंगलियां छोटी हैं.
My finger small. Oh fuck. Well, I meant to say my.
यह उंगली लाल है.
This finger is red.
तुम्हारे हाथों में क्या है?
What is in your hands?
राज के अंगूठे काले हैं.
Raj's thumbs are black.
उसके पैरों में दर्द है.
There is pain in her feet.
उसके पैरों को क्या चाहिए? उसके पैरों को क्या चाहिए?
Her legs want. Interestingly, I'm just noticing Hindi and Russian both have in common that the word for foot and leg is the same.
जूलिया की उंगलियां सुंदर हैं.
Fingers are beautiful.
आमिर का अंगूठा लाल है.
Amir's thumb is red.
किताब मेरे हाथों में है.
Book is in my.
राज के हाथों में 5 उंगलियां हैं.
There are 5 fingers in Raj's hands. Like whose?
मेरी उंगलियां छोटी हैं.
My fingers are small.
जूलिया की उंगलियां सुंदर हैं.
Fingers are beautiful. Unglia sounds like uñas or unge means fingernails. Unglia. And Hindi is an Indo-European language, so it is related to Italian and distantly, but it is there. Three of 5.
दिल.
जूलिया का दिल लाल है.
His heart is red. Don't.
दांत.
Oh no, that's 2.
आँख.
Ankh.
आलू और गाजर सब्जियां हैं.
Potato and carrot are vegetables. That's random.
4 आँखें.
4 eyes. Dent.
दांत.
Now that should sound familiar. Dent in French, dente in Italian, diente, dental, dent.
2 दांत.
2 teeth. I don't want to know.
मुझे रंग पसंद है.
I love colors.
उसके हाथों का रंग लाल है. उसके हाथों का रंग लाल है.
Color of his hands is red. They're not just a red right
मेरी
hand.
आंखें अच्छी हैं.
My eyes are good.
दांतों से खाओ.
With.
उसका दिल बड़ा है.
Her heart big.
आपके पास 2 आँखें हैं.
Have 2 eyes.
आमिर के दांत सुंदर हैं.
Amir's teeth beautiful.
मेरे दांत पीले हैं.
My yellow. Four of five.
मैं स्वस्थ हूँ.
I am healthy. Just.
जूलिया बीमार नहीं है.
Julia is not ill.
मुझे बुखार है.
I have a
मुझे दवाई दो.
give me medicine.
उसे बुखार की दवाई चाहिए. उसे बुखार की दवाई. उसे बुखार की दवाई चाहिए. मैं बीमार हूँ.
I am
पीटर स्वस्थ नहीं है.
Peter. Not healthy.
तुम दवाई खाते हो?
You medicine.
वो आज बीमार नहीं है.
She not sick today. Okay, we've leveled up, and let's see. We are 7301. We are 199 XP short of unlocking the achievement of 7500 XP. We have done quite a lot today, in short, and it is time for us to shoot another language. Let's do in Japanese again. Feeling.
楽しい.
Yeah, that sounds the exact opposite of what the word is.
楽しい.
楽しい.
楽しい. と。面白い.
危ない.
危ない. 自動車.
学校は楽しいですか？
Full fun.
面白い本を読みました。
I read a thing book.
その本は面白かったですか？
Was that thing?
練習は面白くないです。
Practice. Not. Interesting. 面白い can also mean like funny.
これはその話を面白くします。これはその話を面白くします。
とても面白かったです。
That was very interesting.
面白いから日本語を勉強します。
I study Japanese because it is interesting.
楽しくないですか？
Are not having fun.
アメリカ旅行は楽しかったですか？
Was your trip was fun? 楽しい。
楽しい。泊まり。面白い。危ない。と。
この映画はとても面白かった。
This movie was very interesting. Okay. And here's another thing. Okay. So there are different politeness levels. This is a thing in Japanese and Korean as well. Now, この映画はとても面白かった is like the plain politeness level that you would say to somebody who you are, you know, a close friend or somebody who is lower in like status than you, or your kids or somebody like that. Whereas if you add this to it, この映画はとても面白かったです, then it is like polite, and then it's something you'd use to people who are like higher in status or who are like adults you don't know, people like that. And this is an important distinction. It's a kind of complicated distinction to make. yeah, it takes a lot of experience to learn it. And Duolingo just kind of chucks it out there willy-nilly without actually giving you much to go on. Like, in order to understand exactly when to use one, when to use the other. The pro tip is if you're not sure, then just use the more polite form. 面白かったです。
あの先生の授業は面白かったです。
That teacher's class was
楽しいからピアノを弾きます。
面白いから日本語
を勉強します。
I.
I.
Got it. 疲れ。面白い。怖い。楽しい。
はい。
私は彼氏を愛しています。
I love my boyfriend.
お父さんは疲れていますか？
Okay. Father tired. Now the thing is, if you're talking to your father, you would just use お父さん as you. So if you're talking to your father, you say お父さんは疲れていますか? Well, actually, is your father tired? It could also be your father tired. But it can also just mean you if you're speaking to your own father. And your father speaking to you would tend to say, use お父さん to mean I. So you could say, お父さんは疲れてるよ。もう寝に行くか。Which would mean spoken by a father to his children. I'm tired. I'm going to bed.
その映画は怖いです。
That movie scary.
その映画はとても怖かったです。
That movie was very.
疲れました。
I am tired. Really, it could mean anyone is tired.
山に登って疲れました。山に登って疲れました。
愛とは何ですか？
What is love? Damn foreigners coming in here wanting to know what love is. Got it.
疲れ。
はい。
怖い。愛。面白い。楽しい。
私を愛していますか？
Now I can dance.
私の先生は少し怖いです。
My teacher is scary.
夜の学校は怖いです。
Okay. Scary.
今日はみんな疲れますています。
みんな今日はとても疲れています。Different word order. And
をたくさんして疲れました。
みんな今日はとても疲れています。
Now it is, now I should note, you could say 疲れてます. That is colloquial. It's not technically correct. I mean, but like in colloquial speech, people leave out that E all the time. 疲れています. It's 疲れてます. And just normal.
わかりましたか？
Did you?
明日は暇です。
I am tomorrow.
それはわかっています。
I know.
その映画はつまらないですか？
That thing?
その本はつまらないです。その本はつまらないです。
暇ですか？
Are you free?
困りました。財布がありません。
I am. My wallet is missing.
私は困っていません。
I am. Ralph Wiggum, however, is in
昨
danger.
日のパーティーはつまらなかったですか？
Was the party boring? Yes.
日本語の授業が全然わかりません。困ります。
I not. Class at all. I all. I rude.
暇。
いつが暇ですか？
When are
面白い。困り。暇。楽しい。怖い。
週末は暇ですか？
free on. Are you straight on the week? Hell no.
疲れ。困り。愛。楽しい。暇。
日本語の授業は全然わからん。
の授業を全然わかりません。
That is a weird way to divide that because then is kind of a package. You can't say, you can't add something to wakarimase other than You can't say wakarimaseta or something like that. It is masen.
困ります。
Oh, I did not even see that ga was there. I thought ol was a bit.
困り。ました。財布。がありません。
日本語の授業が全然わかりません。困ります。
美味しかったです。
Was delicious.
怖い映画は嫌ですか？
Not. Scary.
宿題は大変です。
Work hard.
なぜ困っていますか？
Why?
なぜあなたは日本語を勉強していますか？あなた、は、日本語を勉強していますか？
美味しかったですか？その映画はなぜ怖いんですか？
Why? Not. Scary.
パソコンは安くなかった。
どうして朝ごはんを食べないんですか？
Why?
家の掃除は大変です。
Housework.
勉強は嫌です。
I do not like studying. This can also mean I do not want to study. For example, if somebody tells you to do something and you're saying no, as in no, I'm not going to do it, one way of saying that in Japanese is just yada, or yayo, or iyadesu. And it literally just means I don't like it. And this is another parallel to Korean, incident, because you can do the same thing, actually. Shirda. Like, you say, 공부는 싫어. 공부는 싫습니다. Or 싫어요. And it means the same thing as iyadesu. Like, I don't want to do it. Oh, I forgot the word. Fucking hell.
その仕事はとても大変でした。
That job was very hard. That job was very hard. Bollocks. I clicked hard, it just didn't
野菜は
recognize it.
高くなかったです。
The vegetables were not expensive.
どうしてつまらなかったんですか？
Why was it boring?
この答えはどうして違うんですか？
Why is this answer incorrect?
あまり良くなかったです。
It was not very good.
面白くない本は嫌です。
I not like books that are not interesting.
勉強は嫌です。
I do not like studying.
その仕事はとても大変でした。
That job very hard. It makes the exact opposite sound of what the word means. 嬉しい。
嬉しい。困り。嬉しい。面白い。暇。悲しい。悲しい。悲しい。悲しい。
悲しい。
悲しい。怖い。疲れ。困り。嬉しい。
悲しいですか？
Are you sad?
嬉しいですか？
Are you happy?
嬉しくないです。
I not happy.
どうもご親切に。
That is very kind of.
彼女は親切な人です。
It's a kind person. Kind fries.
彼女はいい気分です。
She is. Oh. Is a good mood.
気持ちがいい日ですね。
It is a day.
彼は悲しそうに私を見ました。彼は悲しそうに私を見ました。彼は悲しそうに私を見ました。
He looked at me with a sad look on his face.
ご親切にありがとうございます。
Thank you for your kindness. この
椅子
は
気持ちいいです。
消すから気分が wa des.
Okay, that's leveling up, and let's see where we are. 73, 74. We need just a little bit more to get to the achievement of 7,500. And let's see where we're gonna get it. Go to Spanish, I think. Farm some XP in Spanish.
Soy.
Yo. Niña. Hombre.
Mujer.
Niña.
Soy.
Hombre.
El hombre.
Hombre.
El hombre come niño. Niña. Niña, un niño.
La niña.
La niña.
El hombre.
Hombre.
El hombre.
La niña.
La niña.
El niño, la niña,
El niño. La niña.
una niña.
Girl.
Yo soy un niño.
Yo soy una mujer.
Woman. Soy
Soy una mujer.
Actually, you can also just say soy mujer.
La mujer.
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 Hombre. $73.89 out of 7,500. Almost there.
Manzana. Yo. Él. Niño.
Tú eres un hombre.
Tú eres un hombre.
Yo. Mujer. Ella. Soy. Juan come manzanas.
Juan eats apple.
Tú eres una mujer.
Tú eres una mujer. Tú eres. Él
Él
es
es
un
un hombre.
Él come manzanas. Él come manzanas.
Ella es una mujer. Él es.
come
Manzanas.
manzanas.
Eres
Okay.
mujer.
Okay, good. They got that in there.
Es
Ella.
ella.
Juan
Juan
come
come
manzana.
manzanas.
Él es un niño, tú eres una niña. Es una niña.
El.
Niño.
Leche.
Pan.
Tú comes pan.
¿Tú comes pan?
Pan.
Él. Niño.
Agua.
¿Tú comes manzanas?
¿Tú comes manzana?
La leche.
Milk.
Yo como pan. Yo como pan.
Yo como manzanas. como, come, como.
Yo bebo agua.
It's more common that it just say yo tomo agua. You can just say tomar. La niña bebe leche. Bollocks. Backward. Bebes. La leche.
La leche.
Yo bebo, tú bebes, él bebe.
¿Comes
Con pan.
Bebo, bebe, bebe.
Como
Como
manzana.
manzanas.
Okay. And where are we? 7414 out of 7500. Okay, we have farmed. Gonna go back to Korean to farm some of our last XP on this speed run today. Adjective. 역사.
역사,
역사,
역사적인 도시. 적극적인 학생.
Enthusiastic student.
구체적인 질문은 무엇입니까?
Question.
좀 더 구체적으로 말해주세요. 좀 더 구체적으로 말해주세요. 더 구체적으로 말해주세요.
이 그릇은 역사적으로 중요합니다.
Is important.
역사적인 점.
이 언어는 근본적으로 어렵습니까? 그 생각은 일반적이에요.
Common.
그 질문들은 근본적으로 달라요.
Question. Different.
근본적인 질문은 뭐예요?
What? Question. I don't know, but the answer is 42 apparently.
일반적인 식당이에요.
It's a normal restaurant.
적극적인 여자는 구체적인 질문을 물어요.
Enthusiastic. Specific question.
두 나라는 역사적으로 사이가 안 좋았습니다.
Historically, the relationship between country. Good.
제 친구는 모든 점에서 저보다 더 적극적이에요.
My friend more enthusiastic than I all expect.
전통.
Mission.
내가 부정적인 사람이야.
I negative.
개인적으로 저는 몰라요.
Personally.
부정적인 남자아이는 여자아이를 위협했어요.
Pessimistic. Threaten girl. It's a phrase, sentence. Also, 부정적인, I guess you could say that I mean, that could be translated as pessimistic, but 부정적인, it could just be negative. I mean, we're splitting kind of a fine hair, but I'm a translator, kind of my job. You could say, 이관적인 남자애, for example.
배우는 의열적인 편지를 받았다. 배우는 의열적인 편지를 받았다. 배우는 의열적인 편지를 받았다. 의열적인.
See, this is kind of the confusing thing about the way these word banks is in Korean. 배우는 can be the modifier form of 배우다, to study, but 배우는 can also be 배우는, the actor.
편지를 받았다.
Accuracy.
개인적으로 저는 부정적인 사람이 싫어요.
Personally, I dislike negative people. Seems very
일반적인 이론.
general 이론.
기본적인 질문.
Okay, basic question.
제 친구는 긍정적인 사람이에요.
My friend, an optimist or positive, 긍정적인 person.
매일 똑같은 음식은 싫어요.
I not like same every day.
그의 개인적인 이론은 중요해요.
His personal theory important.
저는 한국의 전통 문화를 좋아합니다.
I love Korean culture.
한국의 전통적인 옷은 한복이에요.
Traditional clothes. 조건 옷.
미국 남자는 위협적인 수염이 있습니다.
American man has a menacing.
기본적인 이론은 일반적으로 같습니다.
Basic theories are generally the same, or at least similar.
네.
친구는 취미가 나랑 똑같아요. 이 친구는 나랑 취미가 똑같아요. That's just a different word order. It's the same thing.
긍정적인 미국인.
네, 친구는 나랑 취미가 똑같아요.
Okay, leveled up, and let's have a look. Where are we on our XP? 7429. Oh, wow. It is going... I don't know if it's me or is it just going slowly. Okay. Yard.
마당.
마당에 고양이 2마리가 있어요.
There are 2 cats. The yard. Life used so hard.
정원. 민지야, 정원에서 파란색 꽃을 가져와.
some blue flowers from garden.
차고,
Garage.
울타리,
Fence.
지붕,
창고 안에 뭐가 있어?
Wood. Side. Shed.
미국 너구리 3마리가 우리 집 창고에 살아요. 미국 너구리 3마리가 우리 집 창고에 살아요. 미국 너구리 3마리가 우리 집 창고에 살아요. 집 창고에 살아요.
Raccoons, literally American raccoons, live in the
울타리를 만지지 마세요.
stone fence.
우리는 마당 주변에 높은 울타리를 세웠어요.
Tall round yard.
지붕에서 뭐 하세요?
What?
와, 이 차고 너무 커요.
Garage. So big.
지붕이 없는 집,
House. House.
정원에 있는 꽃들이 매우 아름답다.
Flowers. Are okay.
우리는 마당 주변에 높은 울타리를 세웠어요.
주차장 주변에 새들이 많아요.
마늘
한국 사람들은 마늘을 매일 많이 먹네.
In a lot of garlic every time.
식물
동물과 식물,
Animals and plants.
마루. 이 흙은 빨간색입니다.
Is field you.
우리 어제 산 모종이 노란색이에요.
Okay. Yesterday is
씨앗은 흙 속에 있습니다.
seed in the soil.
농민은 식물을 텃밭에 심었어요.
The the garden.
남자아이는 작은 씨앗을 흙에 심었다. 남자아이는 작은 씨앗을 흙에 심었다. 씨앗을 크게 심었다.
슈퍼에 가면 마늘을 사주세요.
Buy garlic if thus. Should be accepted because that is just another valid way of translating that. Literally, that is, if go to the supermarket, buy buy garlic as a favor. A lot of it, see, like, me is just implied in there. But, I mean, you could just say, please buy some garlic, and you'd also say it the same way, even if it was sort of implied that you're the beneficiary. 마늘을 사주세요.
학생은 모종을 텃밭에 심었어요.
Student planted seedling in the veg garden.
슈퍼에 가면 마늘을 사주세요.
If you go to market, please buy some garlic. And where? 7473. Wow, this is just taking its time.
콩.
농민은 텃밭에 콩을 심을 것입니다.
Farmer will plant beans in garden. Or in the vegetable garden. See, this is inconsistent because I did the garden in the last one when it was also the vegetable garden and it accepted that, but I don't so much blame them because this is the individual course creators come up with these things. And with Japanese and Korean, where all sorts of things are implied rather than stated, there are a million different ways to translate.
내 남동생이 참새를 잡았다.
Your brother caught a sparrow.
선아가 피망을 못 먹습니다.
Son cannot eat peppers. Yes, or bell peppers. It's this bloody thing.
잡초가 노란색이에요.
The are yellow.
괴물은 나무를 뽑았어요.
The monster pulled out the tree.
선아는 콩나물이 싫어요.
Sunhwa likes
콩나물은 맛이 있습니까? 콩나물은 맛이 있습니까?
참새들이 개미를 먹을 거예요.
같이 잡초를 뽑자.
I'm tired. Gee. Out weeds to.
아이가 주말에는 텃밭에서 잡초를 뽑았어요.
During the weekend, child did the vegetable garden.
아이가 모종을 왜 뽑았어요?
Why did the child pull out things?
어머니께서는 밥과 콩을 섞으셨어요.
Mix rice.
정원에 잡초가 많아요.
There are the garden.
남자아이는 참새에게 콩을 먹여요.
Feed sparrow beans.
농민은 텃밭에 콩을 심을 것입니다.
The farmer will beans the vegetable garden.
선아가 피망을 못 먹습니다.
Sonha cannot bell peppers. Okay.
참새들이 개미를 먹을 거예요.
Sparrows eat the
같이 잡초를 뽑자.
Oh, well, I'm actually just finishing up as it happens. Not bad. I'm trying to get up to 7,500 XP today, starting from 6,400. I'm almost there. Let's pull out together.
선아가 피망을 못 먹습니다.
Can bell.
같이 잡초를 뽑자.
Let's put out together. I'm sure that is exactly what I said last time. Oh, fuck, I forgot. Tss. That's annoying. I mean, it's obvious what
같이
I
잡초를
meant.
뽑자.
Let's pull out weeds together. Okay. And where are we? Have we got up to 7,500 yet? Are we there yet? 7,480. We're almost there. Okay, one last time we are going to switch language. We're going to do German. One of the two easiest ones because it is one of my 3 native languages. We've been focusing this today on the languages that I actually speak as opposed to the ones I don't speak well, because I just want to see how fast I can do the absolute maximum. So here we go. Habits, Gewohnheiten.
Ich schlafe bis Mittag.
I sleep until noon.
Mittag. Ich mache Yoga, aber meine Frau spielt Hockey.
Yoga. What? Hockey.
Meine Familie spielt am
Wochenende Hockey.
Musst du den ganzen Tag arbeiten?
Work all day.
Ich spiele freitags Hockey.
Ich spiele freitags Hockey. Gesund bleiben.
Ich schlafe gut, denn ich mache jeden Tag Yoga.
Yoga every day.
Ich schlafe nicht, denn ich habe
Kopfschmerzen.
Schläfst du lieber zu Hause oder im Hotel?
At home or at hell.
Warum schläfst du den ganzen
Tag? Bist du krank?
Mein Baby schläft viel, aber ich schlafe nur wenig.
But I only little.
Mein Hund schläft.
Hund schläft den ganzen Tag.
Wenig.
Der Junge spielt
den ganzen Tag Hockey und schläft gut.
Gras.
Sehen. Mittag.
Nur. Nudeln.
Er
schläft
nicht gut.
Denn
Seine Arbeit ist zu stressig.
Warum schläft du? Schläfst du im Moment so wenig?
And where are we? Are we there yet? Are we at 7,500? Oh yes, we hit 7,500. We have reached that achievement, which means I'm going to wrap up for now and go and eat things, because at this point I'm a little bit starving. Thank you so much for popping by, everybody. Thank you especially to the 19 Juicer. I had a good time watching your channel the other day. Thanks for popping by here. I will be doing this pretty much every day. Yeah, either in the afternoon or in the middle of the night, and I'd love it if you pop by again. Thanks to everyone, and have a good evening. I am now going to get some blood sugar because I'm starving.